Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Planning Board meeting for April 19th, 2022. My name is Carrie Marnick. I'm Chair of the Planning Board. Before we get started, I have a few announcements to read. This open meeting of the Planning Board is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of June 16th, 2021, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency. All members of the Planning Board are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order allows the Planning Board to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream of this meeting may do so by going to Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link listed in the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. At this time, I'd like to confirm that members and persons that participate on the agenda are remotely present and can be heard by stating the following. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Anthony Zaitin?
Here, sorry.
Amy Pratsky?
Here.
Michelle Gillespie?
Here.
Millie Milton? I couldn't hear you, Millie. Still muted. Okay, that's okay. That's all right. We have to flip over anyway and come back. So we'll sort that out. Steph, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Lori Corners?
Here.
And Fred Litchfield?
Here.
Okay, great. Ground rules for the meeting. For presenters and applicants, the chair will invite each speaker or applicant on the agenda by name to make a presentation and speak to the application. Participants will provide their full name and hold until their name is called. Each speaker will be asked to mute their phone or computer when not speaking and speak clearly in a way that helps generate accurate meeting minutes. Those responding will be asked to wait until the floor is yielded to them by the chair. Speakers who wish to respond to the comments of others do so through the chair, taking care to identify themselves. Each vote taken by the board or committee will be conducted by roll call vote. For items with public comment, after members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment as follows. By phone, dial *9, yes, to raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair. Please note the party phone number will be visible to those viewing the meeting. By Zoom, click raise hand on the bottom of your screen and wait to be recognized by the chair. The chair will ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their names and addresses only. Once the chair has a list of all public commentators, the chair will call on each by name and afford 3 minutes for any comments. Okay. The first item on our agenda is an executive session relating to litigation. I declare under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, that the purpose of the executive session will be to discuss strategy regarding pending litigation. The Gutierrez Company versus Northborough Planning Board Land Court Case number 21. MISC 000046, the Gutierrez Company versus Northborough Planning Board Land Court Case number 21, MISC 000380. Due to the chair's determination that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the planning board and town, I will ask for a motion to go into executive session under 30A, Section 21A3, for the purpose and reasons declared, and return to open session at the conclusion of executive session. Is there a motion to move into executive session under Chapter 30A, Section 21A3 for the purposes and reasons declared?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, Anthony?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Millie? Aye, and Carrie's an aye. So what we'll do for anyone watching the meeting now is the board will convene an executive session, and at the close of that, we'll come back to the public meeting where you could use the link that you used on the agenda in order to get back into the meeting. And for board members, we have an executive session link that you should use to enter into executive session. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I just wanted to make a quick announcement that it's approximately 7:20 at this time. We'll be taking a 5-minute break and the planning board will be back in public session at 7:25.
Hi, Jim. Can you hear me?
Okay, I think we have, I see Amy, Michelle, Anthony, are you back on? And Millie, are you back on?
I'm on. Can you hear me?
Great.
Good.
I think we're just, are we missing Lori? Connor? Oops, there's Lori. Okay. So I think, why don't we get started? We already did we opened our public meeting. We did our announcements. COVID. So next we are resuming back into our public meeting. And first on our agenda is the public hearing for 200 Bartlett Street special permit per groundwater protection overlay district bylaw and special permit site plan approval. I'm going to read the public hearing notice. In accordance with the provisions of MGL Chapter 40A, Section 9, the Northborough Planning Board will hold a public hearing on April 19th at 6 p.m. to consider the application for a special permit per groundwater protection overlay district for 200 Bartlett Street, map 66, parcel 7, submitted by the R.J. Devereaux Corporation for use of the property as a contractor's yard in the industrial zoning district and groundwater protection overlay district, area 3. Application and plans prepared by Cornerstone Engineering, Inc. are on file at the town clerk's office and town planner's office and may be viewed on the planning department page. Let's see. So pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted in the state of emergency, signed into law on June 16, 2021, as amended by Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting will be conducted via remote participation. No in-person attendance by members of the public will be permitted. To participate in the public comment portions of the meeting from a PC, Mac, iPad, iPhone, or Android device, please click on the URL provided in the agenda to join. Okay, with that, Lori, I was hoping we had quite a bit of paperwork shuffling around today. So could you just let us know from your perspective, what are we missing for memos, or do we have everything we need, or are there outstanding documents?
Okay. So I prepared a memo dated March 28, 2022. And as of yet, so there were a number of comments that I made, a total of 14, and they have not yet submitted a revision that reflects those comments. So the plan that I have, let's see. Do you want me to reference the most recent plan date? Is that what you're asking me for?
No, I'm just making sure that we have what we need, because you had mentioned that we may. So for example, I have your original memo, and then Fred, I did receive your memo, but it's dated the October 25th. Oh no, there's a new memo. There's the April 19th memo in addition to the October 25th memo, correct?
Yes, the April 19th memo from today was just a summary of what the Groundwater Committee agreed to do, to recommend to you last week when they met. Basically, it was a forwarding of all the same conditions that they referenced the ZBA with regarding the variance, and then one additional comment that was discussed at the meeting last week about relocating the mock street training area for their employees to practice digging and putting in pipes.
Okay, and this came back to you for the special permit that was missing before.
Right. The Groundwater Committee met relative to the application for a special permit for this use within a groundwater 3 area, as requested and outlined by Attorney Dineski previously.
Okay, so this one memo covers everything.
Yes, the original memo that's attached to the memo dated today went to the ZBA in the application for the variance, and all of those conditions should also be applied to the groundwater 3 portion of the site to make it a little bit easier to apply all of them.
Okay, and after reviewing the special permit, the additional special permit, the only addition is number 9.
That's correct. Number 9?
Or you mentioned there's one more added to the end.
The only one that was added was the the third paragraph on the letter dated today that says the Groundwater Committee would also like to recommend the Mock Street hands-on training area currently located within the groundwater area portion of the site be relocated outside the groundwater 1 area. And the applicant was amenable to that as discussed at the meeting, but the plans have not been revised to show that relocation. Felt it was more appropriate for the planning board to kind of look at the site plan in general and talk about where they want to move it to. And as long as it's outside of the groundwater 1 area, the Groundwater Advisory Committee would be satisfied.
Okay.
I have a quick question for Fred while we're talking about the memo. I don't know if it's a good time.
Sure.
Number 7 on your conditions talks about what we've been asking for lately, the analysis by a technically qualified expert. Did they also include that with the groundwater, or are you still waiting for that?
No, I don't believe that analysis came. That is, I'm trying to recall if I actually got a statement from their engineer in regard to that. I don't think I did. I think that letter goes back to October, and I don't think it has. I don't think it has been submitted yet.
Just so like when they come back, if they're not here tonight, we know what is missing.
Oh, no, I think they're here tonight. So they're.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So I'm going to bring them in, but from your perspective, Fred, you have stuff missing still, I guess. And Lori, you're expecting a revision to be submitted.
Correct.
So, okay. All right. So Paula, I'm going to bring you in. Okay. And then Paula, could you remind me who else should come in?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Rick Gates
Yep.
and Dario from Dario Designs.
Okay. Is that
And we've
everyone?
lost, unfortunately, we've lost Vito Colonna. Oh, and Corinne Tobias as well.
Oh, there we go. Okay, is that your team?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm gonna put your hand down. Or I don't know, are you able, I guess it doesn't matter. We'll just have your hand there. That's okay. Okay, so it seems like we have a couple of outstanding items. Is there anything you wanted to walk through or specifically address while
Yes, so
we
I did want to walk through. So my name is Paula Devereaux. I'm an attorney at Pierce Atwood, and I'm representing RJ Devereaux in this matter, as we've been before the planning board a couple of times now. One was the continuance, and now this is for the newly advertised for the additional special permit for the groundwater area. We had been before the Groundwater Advisory Committee last week, and we were going to submit plans, but we didn't think that it would be, we thought that we should walk through the planning director's comments and recommendations to make sure that the planning board didn't have anything additional or wanted to change something before we submitted revised plans. Because that was an extensive, and we also wanted to get through the Groundwater Advisory Committee meeting, which we just had last week. So, so I did want to, so I can address the question of condition number 7 in the Groundwater Advisory Committee recommendations dating back to October 25th. None of these apply because we're not proposing any underground storage. And there'll be no industrial waste treatment over 15,000 gallons per day capacity. There's no underground storage of toxic or hazardous materials. And so that condition was never necessarily addressed because it doesn't apply.
Okay. The third one though wouldn't it, Fred?
Hang on, I want to make sure I have the list in front of me when I speak to it.
Okay.
And typically, Paula, the application is supposed to include those items as listed in the bylaw, and even if they don't apply, your engineer generally puts together a letter, because even if there's no underground storage tanks on your site, what he's certifying is that the drainage is designed to not impact the groundwater quality. I don't know if did I make it clear enough or not? Let's see.
I thought that Vito had addressed that when we were at the Zoning Board of Appeals, to be honest, but.
I'm not sure if he did or didn't. It's typically something that is a statement that comes with his stamp on it, attached to the drainage study, indicating items 1 through 5 or A through E have been met.
Okay.
It's in that. I'm flipping pages. Sorry about that. Okay, it's on page 7-67 of the bylaw, and it talks about procedures for the issuance of a special permit, and each applicant shall include. Then this is where you have the complete list of chemicals and their storage, and then a description of potentially toxic or hazardous waste that might be generated, which you don't have any, as we've discussed. Evidence of approval if the system is going to be more than 15,000 gallons. And then for underground storage of toxins. And the last one is the most important one. That's one I believe that Amy's referring to, is the analysis by a technically qualified expert certifying that the quality and supply of the underlying groundwater resources will not be degraded to the point whereby a hazard to public health or ecological damage results. So that's basically a statement that Vito puts on a piece of paper with his stamp, verifying that the way the stormwater has been designed will prevent any groundwater quality issues from any issues from arising from recharge.
Okay.
It's the qualified expert is your professional engineer who does your stormwater design.
Okay. All right, I will go over that with Vito and make sure that that's covered.
Yeah. He may have done it. It's the whole process is dragged out, as you know. So it may be in the large pile of plans I have behind me, but I don't recall seeing that particular certification.
Okay.
Okay. So did you want to start with Fred's? Is there any questions or verification do you want additional from Fred's groundwater memo, or is that okay?
No, I think that based on the discussion that we had with the Groundwater Advisory Committee last week, RJ Devereaux is planning on moving the hands-on training area into a groundwater 3 district. I don't know if you want to see plans of that, or if you want to hold this. Well, I guess we can do it either way. If you want to see where the proposed relocation is going to be.
Will that change with any of the other items here when your revised plan or your revised plan?
No.
Okay, sure.
So we'll revise the plan to show where the training is going to go, but it shouldn't. There may be other changes to the plans based on the town planner's questions, comments, and recommendations as well. So I don't know if you want to go there and go through that.
Well, so I just don't want you to do double the work. If you want to hold and just show revisions all at once, that's okay. You don't have to do it one here, one later.
Okay.
Would you want to show? It's up to you.
Dario, do you want to? I guess I'm going to ask you how you want to show this, because we have some. I'm not sure where we are with the status of the plans to address both the Groundwater Advisory Committee's recommendation as well as the town planner questions.
Yeah, so I think what we were advised to do was not to do any drawings now, but we do have drawings showing where we're proposing to move it. It ends up with a little bit less impervious, so it's kind of a win-win, and it's all in groundwater overlay district 3. And I think went through the list that Lori had provided, but the thought was to get everybody's comments and draw the revision once and not do it 2 or 3 times because this has been dragging out so long. That was even with Fred saying, don't show the change yet, because then you're gonna end up changing it again. And rather than a bunch of submissions, just to get everybody on the same page, because there doesn't seem to be anything that's been asked for in any of these letters that we can't do. But I don't mind going through the list so that we're all on the same page. We can tell you how we're addressing them. And most of them were from Lori's letter. If you want to go through that, we can, because I think that would be our goal, Paul, if I'm not mistaken, to just make sure. Yes, we'll do this. Okay, here's how we're going to do that. Yes, we'll do this. And then we just do it and get the approval on the next round. But we didn't want to do it and then have to redo it again.
Okay, that makes sense. Is that something you want to, so do you want to, we'll start with number 1 and we're all set with Fred's. That's something that it looks like the biggest thing is moving the mock street hands on training area, but otherwise everything else was being addressed one way or another.
Correct. And we're okay moving it, and we'll show you where it's going. Do you guys, we don't have to have a drawing, but the first one's pretty simple, just to address the scales of the drawings. I will say that you guys asked for it to be at 1 inch equals 40 feet. We'll do that. That's fine, because that's what it says in the manual, but it's a lot easier to read at 1 inch equals 30 because you actually fill the drawing with information that you can read. But if you want it smaller, not a problem. That's what it says in the bylaws, but I think it may be assuming a bigger site. But we'll comply, but we'll probably submit a bigger one so you can actually read it.
Okay, so hold that thought for a second. I just want to close out on the groundwater. Do any board members have other questions or comments on groundwater so that they don't have to then come back and find out there are questions or comments on groundwater?
I have one question. And it's already a condition in the ZBA, but it's what they were just talking about. It says for underground storage of toxic or hazardous materials, evidence of a qualified professional supervision of system design and installation. But Paula already said they weren't going to do that. So I was going to ask if there could be a condition that there's no underground storage of toxic or hazardous materials. I didn't know if that would be okay. Because when I first read that, I'm like, oh, that means if that's a condition, then someday there could be toxic or hazardous materials stored underground in the groundwater area. So I was thinking if we approve that, that would be a condition that would be on my list, and I didn't know what the applicant thought of that.
I think-
Maybe I can clarify that. Sorry to interrupt, Paula. The goal of that statement that went to the ZBA was to have them provide the documentation saying that there is no underground storage, or provide a statement from a qualified expert verifying that it was appropriate. If they provide a statement that says there's no underground storage of toxic or hazardous materials now, and that it's approved that way, and at some point in the future they want to install underground storage of toxic or hazardous materials, that would trigger a new special permit application.
Okay.
They
right.
could, or it would be a violation of their variance that runs with the land. So not only these people, but anybody that else buys the property would have that same requirement.
Okay.
Okay, so that letter will be provided. Okay,
Basically, it'll be some notes on the drawings that say we comply with item number 7. And it'll be done by Vito because he's our licensed expert.
okay. All right, any other comments or questions on the groundwater piece of it? Okay. Okay, so getting back, Dario, getting back to what you said before. All right, so Lori, this was your comment. It then makes it so that it's smaller. Is there a reason why you recommend that, Lori, outside of just being on the rules and regs? Or do you think that there's a benefit to the suggestion?
You know, honestly, I don't really care whether they do it to 1 inch equals 40 or 1 inch equals 30. Right now, there's an issue with the bar scale. So the bar scale actually says 1 inch equals 30, but it's actually 1 inch equals 20. So that was the more important issue to me, that they need to correct the scale. But then what I'm typically used to is if there are any variances from the zoning bylaws or the rules and regulations, then they should specifically ask for a waiver in writing. And then the planning board can vote on the waiver request at the close of the public hearing. And so that way it's all captured in the decision where the project varies from the regulations.
Got it. Okay, so number one, the bar needs to be fixed.
We'll just do it the way you guys want it, because we don't want any more waivers. So we'll do it all at 1 inch equals 40, and we'll meet the regs, and we don't need a waiver on that. So that'll be done.
Okay,
They'll just be a little smaller, but that's okay.
And there's no reason you couldn't submit both, Dario, if that's your preference to do it. But as long as the 1 inch equals 40 is in there. The reason behind that is 1 inch equals 40 is a more practical scale for people working in the field. It's basically equates to 1/4 inch a foot. It's something that's easily relatable. 1 inch equals 30 is just not a very common scale when it comes to construction.
No problem. We'll do the 140 and we'll comply. And then the next one, and I think, Paula, you were gonna deal with.
Yeah, so I think the next one, which is the contamination, we'll be able to address that prior to the issuance of a building permit. There's ongoing work that's being done, so we'll be able to provide a status report at the time of the building permit submission.
okay, our board member is good with that? Okay,
Okay, number 3, they want to put bumper stops to protect the building. These are all existing parking spaces, been there for about 30 years, but if you want bumper stops, we'll put them in. It just makes it a little tougher to plow, but we'll put them in.
okay, board thoughts on the bumper stops?
Okay. The 2 area light posts that we have in the parking, what we're going to do, rather than relocate them, we'll just put concrete foundations on them coming up 30 inches or so that they don't get hit or knocked down, because they work where they are now to keep all the photometrics kind of in line with what we want. And then that would meet code with what we have. We'll just put protection around them and give them strong supports.
Okay, does that work for the board? Okay. Lori, does that work for what you were recommending? The intent of what you're recommending there?
Yes, I just wanted to protect the lights from the parked vehicles. So I think that'll work fine.
Okay.
And number 5, we're going to, that has to do with the photometric plan showing the eastern driveway will not be lit Vito's making the changes now to make sure that we do have that lit. We try not to spill any light outside of our property. So it's a little bit of a balancing act, but you know, whether there's 1 foot candle or 0, but if we have to light the entire property line, then a little bit would spill over in that area, but that's fine to get a little more light right at the entrance.
Okay, planning board member comments on this one? Okay, Laurie, so this sounds okay. Obviously, Laurie, this is your recommendation.
Yeah,
But
you
it's not-
can usually address that with shields to prevent the spillover.
Yeah, we know how to do it. We can do that.
Okay,
Number 6, we will give you the dumpster enclosure. We actually moved the dumpster behind the building and we have vegetation around it, but if we'll put a fence around that and give you some details of that, so that should be fine.
okay, comments? Okay,
And number 7, provide information about proposed signage. We've got the signage guy coming in to try to just get a monument sign up front, especially to get the addresses there for the fire department and postal carriers. So we will get a little monument sign, and we're probably going to have a graphic on the elevation with the Devereaux logo as well. But I think that's more for getting the addresses so people know where we are, especially for the fire department.
okay, but you'll have a sign for the company name and all of that. This isn't just about, okay. Okay, comments from the board?
Next, is it okay?
Yep.
Number 8, zoning bylaws require parking facilities more than 30 spaces to have 10% of paving. So I think we do, but what we'll do is demonstrate that by giving you the calculations to show that we have 10% green space within the parking area. So the answer is will do. Okay.
Okay.
Not a problem.
I just have one quick question back to the sign, Dario. You said a monument sign. Is it going to be externally lit, internally lit? I was just curious.
I don't even know yet. We're going to let the signage guy, we called the guy from Northborough that does all the signs just to get, as far as we're concerned, just speaking on behalf of the client, it'll be as low key as it could possibly be because their signage, they're not looking for business. They have like 3 customers in the whole state. It's the gas companies. So they're not hoping someone drives by and says, oh, Devereaux, gee, I want to put a gas line through my 10-mile farm. So, well, I mean, so it's not, it's there purely for identification. So it would just say, you know, RJ Devereaux, 200 Bartlett Street, and it'll be pretty subdued because they're not, you know, they're not a bar or a restaurant or a realtor.
Okay,
But
I was just curious.
Minimal, it's very minimal for all kinds of reasons, but that hopefully answers that question. But it should be minimal and hopefully classy, you know, because they want to do the right thing.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
All right, number 9. Yeah, so we'll show the size of the plantings. We've got David Varan and Vito will be doing that just so that they're marked on the landscape plan. So there are regs on that, but Dan Varan knows what the regs are, so he'll make sure that they're noted and that they comply.
okay. Any questions on that one? All right,
All right. Yeah, we'll put 10 by. That's, you know, we'll do it, but it's kind of funny because these guys don't stay there. There's only 2 or 3 people there ever at one time, and it's not, the public doesn't come here. but Rick said, put a bike rack in. We'll put a bike rack for 10 bikes and call it a day. It'll probably never be used, but that's fine.
Well, should we do a waiver on that? Like, it's up to you. It does seem like
You just
a
want to
silly
get
place.
this done. Yeah, we're not gonna, we're gonna put the bumpers and the bike racks and all that stuff in. We just really want to get through this. So these guys will do whatever it takes. We just want to comply and they really want to move in as quick as they can. So we're saying okay to the bike racks.
Yeah, there's only Vito confirmed that they only need one bike rack, so that should be okay.
Yeah, it holds 10 bikes, Paula. So
Yep.
yeah, so that's fine. Yeah, so Vito will do number 11 to verify the thickness of that it all complies with code with regard to the pavement section. So that's 11's A-OK. Clarify the location of vertical concrete curb detail shown on sheet 6 of the site plan. So 12 is okay. We'll clarify that. And then the next one was 13. Are you guys okay? Should I don't know if you have comments or you want me to just keep reading.
Nope, so far, okay. I don't have any comments to.
Okay, so if anybody has comments, please stop me. I'm just kind of plowing forward here. They're talking about what we would use with regard to salting, no sodium-based de-icing agents. So 13, we're okay with that. I believe they were just using sand anyway. 14, the traffic impact study. I think we've got that all under control, but we will, Vito's gonna put in the stop bars and the white stripes to make sure that's all compliant as well.
Okay.
Uh-oh, that's it.
Thank
That
you.
it?
Okay, planning board members did not have any additional comments there. I think the last time we met, we had a couple of things I just want to make sure that we have either taken care of or I need to get back to. Were we waiting for something additional from the fire chief, or was that just the address only? I thought there was something else on there, his letter. Do we know that? Or Lori, do you have that on file, the fire chief's letter? I have my packet here.
What we had, the two things I remember for the fire chief was the address and the turning radius to get through the parking, and both of those are shown and meet their requirements.
Okay, great.
And I do have the letter right here if you want me to read it. So they wanted you to correct the address.
Yep.
Addressing for the 3 buildings needs to be cleaned up. This is best accomplished by town staff. And then the other issue he just mentioned, he said all angle of approach and angle of departure grades will be 8 degrees or less, and 8-degree angle of approach is equal to 14% change in grade. And that's it.
Yeah, we're not even close on that, so we're fine.
Okay, so that was fine. Okay, we had also, let's see, the testing site was already, the staging area was taken care of. We talked about, we wanted to make sure the police chief got a copy of the plan. Lori, did he have any feedback?
I did not get any additional feedback.
Okay, but he received a copy and he knows.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Just double checking from last time so we don't run into anything. We had something before about the washing of the trucks. So I wonder if some of that de-icing, first of all, was also had to do with the trucks at all as well. Lori, did number 13 have to do also with what would be on the trucks at all, or is that just the ground? Like, for example, we wouldn't put anything on the windshields or anything like that.
So when they're preparing for snow events, oftentimes they put down some sort of de-icing agent before the snow, just to minimize, how slippery it is. So that's what I'm referring to.
Okay, got it. So then as a separate matter, last time we talked about just the washing of the trucks.
That was me. I
Oh.
asked if they'd be washing trucks in the parking lot, and I think they replied that they'd be washing them inside the building.
Right.
Okay. Okay, is there anything any additional comments from planning board members or questions?
I guess from last time, my only things were no washing of the trucks outside. And another thing I had brought up was anything brought back to the site had to be under the canopy, like there were spoils or stuff that they were talking about that they were bringing back to the site. And I think we had a discussion and you're okay with it? It's going to be under the canopies?
Yep,
Yes, it will.
Okay.
Yes.
yes.
And I think I asked about fueling on site and you said there'd be no fueling on site. So those are just the three things I brought up, just as a reminder, since it's been a couple weeks.
Okay. Any other comments from board members?
I
Anything
think the
else?
applicant's done a good job. He's
Hmm,
come back and addressed all our concerns.
Thank you.
So
Any-
I have a question. Do you want to see where we're proposing to put the hands-on training so that when we come back, we can go, you can see that we'll put it where we said we were going to?
Sure,
So,
and then
Dario,
staff,
do you
hold on
wanna show
1 second,
that?
Paula, 1 second. I just want to make sure staff, before you jump into that, staff, based on what we just discussed and went through, do you have anything else from your perspective, or you're good?
Nope, I'm good.
I have a couple of comments that I didn't get into a letter, but I think that it's something that I'd like to see as part of a revision. A couple things is I'd like to see the snow storage area calculation. So Vito could just kind of confirm how he came up with the sizing of the snow storage areas and make sure that it's adequate. I did want to confirm that the Board of Health approved the septic system. I know there's a pretty sizable one in the front there that's going to feed the buildings. And then the parking, because there's multiple users and there's one tenant that's not part of the RJ Devereaux, I was hoping that we could get a parking table for each of the buildings so that we would know how many spaces are attributed to each of the buildings, so there's not a conflict going on later on if Lamy Automotive says he's supposed to have 20 in his lease and he only has access to 10, or if he does the opposite and takes over, his business takes off and he's occupying more. Want to make sure it's clear and that they're labeled accordingly.
Just throw them out.
That may be an option, Dario. Yes.
We'll label them. We'll label what they need.
The other
Not
thing
yours.
I would throw out there that before they go to print on all the copies, after the revisions are made, if they want to meet with staff, we'd be happy to, review the plan and make sure that the comments are addressed the way we're envisioning them to be done, and confirm that before. I know there are a lot of copies that have to be made. Everybody who got the original application will need to get another one to kind of finalize it. So before all that gets done, it might be helpful if we can sit down together and just take a look at it before we come back to the board.
Okay. And then, so obviously, Michelle, you brought up the applicant did a great job. I just want to thank Laurie and Fred for your thorough review of this application as well. This was really helpful to have all this information to come to a hearing with. I think it helps expedite it for the board and for the applicant. Even though I know the applicant, you've gone through back and forth some of the blips of the special permit, I feel like this will help just expedite it in general.
Can
Okay, Paula.
can I ask a question on the Board of Health, Fred? I presume the Board of Health approval will be something prior to the issuance of a building permit, because I think that's usually when it takes place.
I was just curious on the status of it now. It's shown on the plan as fairly complete, and I wasn't sure if you had already submitted to the Board of Health, they've reviewed it, and they've approved it or not. If it's not approved, and it's just something that we need to know, that we can make a condition of approval. And so
Yeah,
that would be an appropriate condition.
Yeah, it has not been approved because we wanted to make sure that there were no changes by the planning board before we went to the Board of Health and then go to the building inspector for the building permit.
If I may, Carrie.
Sure.
Paula, yeah, you're right. No building permit can be issued without at least an approved set of plans from the Board of Health for the septic. If I can backtrack just one brief second, there was discussion of a sign, freestanding sign near the street. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be wise to afford the opportunity for Lamey's Automotive to have a small space in that sign, so there's only one freestanding monument sign at the edge of the property as opposed to having multiples?
Yes.
Just to keep the clutter down and keep all the signage in one spot. That's all I have. Thank you.
Good recommendation.
Thank you. Okay, Paula, did you want to show the revision on the location of the testing site?
Yeah, so Dario, can you share your screen and show that?
Yes, I can't, but John Rose is gonna do it because he's a lot smarter than I am. Are we shared or no? Okay, we're gonna share.
Are you not able to? Are you having trouble?
No, we are. Click on the see, it's right there.
Oh,
Can
okay.
you see it?
Yes.
All right, so basically, can you see where the cursor is, everybody?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's where we had some parking for some vehicles. And over here, the test area was here for training. So this actually got greener. We put 3 of the parking spaces from there over here. And then this would now be the test digs. You can see the big red line here.
Mm-hmm.
To the right of it's groundwater overlay district 3, to the left is groundwater overlay district 1. We're well outside of that. We're outside of any one of the setbacks from the wetlands as well. So we don't touch anything with anything, nor did we here, with the exception of the fact that we were in the groundwater overlay district 1. So we're basically going to swap that, and this actually gets a little greener on this side.
Okay.
But pretty straightforward.
Okay. Fred and Anthony, for that matter, also being on groundwater, does this satisfy what you expected or talked about?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any additional board comments on this?
Seems good to me.
Oh, thank you.
Looks good.
Great. Okay, so is that all you wanted to show, Paula, or is there anything else?
Nope, that was it.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I do want to open to any additional public comments at this time before we continue to our set on a continue date and time. Are there any comments for the public, from the public on this particular application? Okay, I don't see any comments. So it would seem that we have what we need for next steps. If you don't mind sharing, then I can see everybody. It's hard to see everybody. There we go. Okay. It seems we have our next steps. Does it seem clear on the applicant side what needs to happen before the next meeting? And then board, sounds like we've given our feedback to this point and don't anticipate a to continue revisions beyond that unless something goes wrong. But if in light of the things that you need to do, what kind of time do you think is appropriate for, would you be able to make let's see, Laurie, what did you think for agenda wise would make sense? Was it the 19th, did you think, or the 3rd? I can't recall.
So we could accommodate them on May 3rd at 6:10 if they think that they'll be ready by that date. So if they could give us like a turnaround of like a week in advance to review the plans and do our due diligence, that would be great.
And then if you wanted to meet with staff, as Fred mentioned, I don't know if you want to consider that as part of your timeline, if you need time for that. The second option would be May 19th, Lori, at similar 6:10. Oops, you're on mute there. Laurie, you're just on mute there.
Sorry. May 17th is the next meeting date. So if you don't think you can meet that turnaround, then we can accommodate you first on the agenda on May 17th. So far, we have 2 public hearings on May 3rd. So this would be the 3rd public hearing if you wanted to go on that date.
It's up to you, Paula.
Well, I don't, it's Dario, it's between you and Vito, and I can't really speak for Vito on this because a lot of the revisions come under his purview. It would mean that you would be meeting with staff next week to go over the revised plans, and I'm just not sure of Vito's schedule, to be honest with you.
Well, and that's where I am too. We could do it on our end, but that is Vito's work, so.
Can you get the cut sheets and everything for the lighting and all that in time?
Yes. Yeah, it's not that big of a package. It's really a pretty small sketch. That's the only thing that's on our plate.
I'm just sort of at a loss. So maybe we should take the May 3rd, and if we have to continue it, we can continue it at the May 3rd hearing. We don't have it.
Yep. Sometimes, and I don't know if it can be done, Lori, but we've gotten emails. So if you're not ready, so you don't all have to come on May 3rd, you can send an email to continue it to the next one.
Okay.
Or does someone have to come, Lori?
No, you don't have to come. You can send us a request to continue in writing. That would be fine. And then it'll just be read into the record. And then they'll make the motion to continue to the future date. So if you could just confirm in that case that May 17th works for you, then that would be great.
Okay.
We'll do that as soon as possible. We just have to get hold of Vito. He's really got the lion's share of work to do. So I think that's great if we can shoot for May 3rd, and if not, we'll let you know sooner rather than later, really as soon as we can find out from Vito.
Okay, that's great. So then any other comments to bring up before we make a motion to continue? Okay, great. So with that, is there a motion to continue the hearing for 200 Bartlett Street to May 3rd at 6:10 p.m.?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, Amy,
Aye.
Michelle,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Anthony,
Aye.
and Carrie's an aye. Okay, great. So we will hopefully see you back on the 3rd, if not the 17th.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so
Bye.
much.
Everybody,
Thank
appreciate it.
you.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have the public hearing for 87 Hudson Street, special permit for groundwater protection overlay district bylaw and special permit site plan approval. I'm going to read the public hearing notice. In accordance with the provisions of MGL Chapter 40A, Section 9, the Northborough Planning Board will hold a public hearing on April 19th, 2022 at 6:15 to consider the application for special permit in the RC District, special permit for groundwater protection overlay district, Area 3, and site plan review for 87 Hudson Street, map 53, parcel 7, submitted by KCB Development, LLC, to allow the construction of a new 2-family dwelling, 2 driveways, and associated site improvements. pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, signed into law on June 16, 2021, as amended by Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022. This meeting will be conducted via remote participation. No in-person attendance by members of the public will be permitted. To participate in the public comment portions of this meeting from a PC, Mac, iPad, iPhone, or Android device, please click on the URL provided on the agenda, posted agenda. So with that, Lori, I want to ask you the same question for this one. Do we have all the documents that we need from your perspective? You had comments, but you're waiting for, are we waiting for any replies on this one? In terms of memos or information we should have?
Yes, so we did receive plans very late on Friday. And so I understand that Fred is doing an additional review of those modifications, including the stormwater report. So we are waiting for an updated letter from Fred.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
The Groundwater Committee met last week, and there was a good sized letter with several comments on it that I had reviewed with them before the meeting, and then as a result of the groundwater meeting, they were going to make revisions to the plans. But as Lori said, they came in on Friday. Yesterday being a holiday, they haven't been reviewed yet. They did provide a letter. I believe that you have the package that they dropped off on Friday. I think Michelle sent it to all of you, and in that package was a letter addressing each of my comments. I just need to go through and verify all of them now. So we have everything. I just don't know that I can't say that it's been all confirmed.
Okay, that's fine. And then we have a letter from Design Review. And then Lori, you just clarify, I know we were emailing late in the day. So you don't have a letter. You don't have.
So I prepared a letter that had a number of comments on it. But we ended up having a sit-down meeting with the design engineer. And so I went through the comments that I had verbally with the design engineer. And thankfully, he was able to address those comments to my satisfaction. So the one suggestion that is still outstanding that I'll make is that if you're interested in improving the appearance of your downtown, and I know that this property is very close to the downtown, a suggestion that I would make is putting the utilities underground. So that would be cable, telephone, and electricity underground. So what they are showing on the plans now is, of course, overhead utilities. So that is one comment I would make.
Okay. Okay, great. So why don't we bring in, I'm sorry, who is the primary contact to bring in for this one?
The primary contact that we have received all the correspondence from is Barry. I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name.
It's Barry Yakusin and Tom Radin are working together on that.
Okay, great. I see them both here. Okay. Hi, Barry. Do you have anyone else on your team that you want to bring in tonight? Oops. Barry, are you there? Or Tom?
Hello, it's Barry.
Oh, hello. Do you have anyone else on your team that you want to bring in? Is it just you and Tom tonight?
I believe it's just with Tom.
Okay, great. All right. So I think you could hear what we were just talking about in terms of some pieces that we're still waiting for. But if you wanted to speak to where you are now, or if you want, we will have to continue regardless. So it's up to you if you want to present something tonight, or you want to, if you're considering additional revisions and that doesn't make sense, what makes sense for what you have tonight?
I can run through a quick summary and then ask for a continuance, I guess.
Okay.
Does Tom, you want to start?
Sure. So this 87 Hudson Street currently has a single family home with a detached garage. I think it was
Are you
built in.
sorry, Tom, to interrupt you. Are you showing something, or do you want to pull us to show something that you're speaking to, or you're just giving us a verbal rundown?
I could show you the photos of the existing structure if you want. I sent them to the planning board today. I don't know if they received them.
Let's see. Yeah, Michelle did send over some files. I just don't know what you're going to speak to, so I can try to coincide with what you're presenting. If there's any plans you want to show, or you just want to speak to it, that's okay too.
Well, I have both. If you want to see photos of the existing building, I can do that. If you want to see drawings of the proposed duplex, we can do that.
Okay, why don't, since you're speaking to it anyway, do you want to just pull up a visual so we have it and we can put it in context a little bit?
All right. So can I need to go to. Okay, this is the side view of the existing structure, which was built, I believe, around 1850. It has not been occupied in 10 years. And it is obviously in a derelict condition.
Okay, we can't see, I can't see anything. Can anyone see
Are
anything?
you
Can anybody
sharing
see
your
those?
screen, Tom?
I thought I pushed share. Okay. So it's not working for whatever reason.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Oops.
It's gone.
Who's in control here?
You.
Okay. Where did it go?
That's a good question.
Can you see that?
No.
No. Do you want me to help you? Are you trying to show the pictures or?
I have photographs of the existing structure.
All right, let's see. Oops, now I see you pulling up all right, there you go. We can see it.
That's actually me.
Okay,
Oh.
thank you.
Not sure how, but it's me.
Okay.
So this is the south view of the existing brick structure. It's got a little shed off the back and the side entry. As I said, it's built around 1850, hasn't been occupied in 10 years.
You want me to try another one?
Yeah, try another one, Millie.
All right, let's see. I'm terrible at this.
Now you're better than me.
It's not saying much though, Tom, is it? Hold on, we got this. So here's view 2.
Now that's the back of the structure with the detached garage.
Okay. And last but not least, let's try view 3. Oh, sorry. I just lost everything. There was one more. It didn't really show much else.
Well, that's fine. You get the sense.
Yeah.
So we filed for a demolition permit. This will have to be reviewed by the Historic District Commission. And they will determine whether they think there's some reason for this to be recycled or incorporated into the design. The design for the duplex was presented in 2 meetings in December before the Design Review Committee. And they had 3 recommendations: to add a 6-foot-high vinyl privacy fence along the northeast border, which is shown on the site plan. They requested a pea stone sidewalk from the front door out towards Hudson Street, which is shown on the site plan. And also they've incorporated some plantings on the embankment in the rear of the duplex, and those are called out on Barry's site plan. So do you want to review the design of the structure, the duplex?
If you think that would be helpful, or if it's something that you need to do other stuff for anyway, and you want to do it all at once, that's okay too. I'm just trying to pull it up so we can see. So right now we don't see anything on the screen.
I actually had a question on the fence once it comes up. I couldn't tell from the site plan where it started and where it ended. The purpose of the fence was the driveways are really close. They're on the property line, so the building on the right has a curve in, and there was concern that the headlights coming up the driveway are going to shine right on the house next door because they're so close. So we agreed on a privacy fence, but the way I look at it on the site plan, it looks like the privacy fence was way back and that it wouldn't satisfy the intention, but maybe you can point out on the site plan where it actually starts.
So Barry, do you have a site plan with you?
I do.
Barry, can you share it?
I'll try. Did that come up?
Yep.
No, I can't see it.
I think your
there we go.
drawings are at the end of this.
Yep.
submit.
Yeah.
Is
Keep
there any
going.
way to
There you
put
go.
that there?
There you go.
Mhm.
Can you see my cursor
Yes.
Mm,
moving? Back by the stone wall. Looks like it's gonna start somewhere in this vicinity here and extend all the way out to the front to about the ECB line. So that when
Yeah,
cars come out, any
think
kind
the
of light from the front shouldn't hit the house, but go past this corner into their driveway.
If you go to the next page, the U's show up on the screen, I think. And the discussion was that the fence started down at the U's and went up to the back, because the concern was when people were pulling in the driveway and coming up the driveway, the lights were going to shine on the house that you can see right
We
next
can
door.
pull that forward further. That's no problem.
Yeah, pull it down towards
Bring
the
it up
road.
right up to the U's if I remember, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Barry, while you still have these plans up, take me through the plans where there are these proposed walkways.
There's from the driveway, there's a walkway that comes around here to a covered porch. There's one on the opposite side coming from the driveway to the porch. And then I believe there's, well, I know there is, but I believe they wanted a walkway from the front of the yard that kind of came from the corner, kitty corners up to the front of this property. And there's one that zigzags up this side to this property entrance.
So just to clarify my understanding, when you're starting out towards Hudson Street and there's a walkway going up to their front door, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Amy, design review, what is the product you're proposing for these walkways?
The discussion was a slate type
Okay.
of, it wasn't a fully impervious walkway. It was just like a slate walkway. And it could either go down to the road or maybe even like across to the driveway more, so it's not all the way down to the road. I don't know what other board members think.
I'm okay with that. So what about the other two smaller walkways that seem to go from, what is it, like a porch or a garage area over to
A
the
porch up
Yeah.
to the driveway.
The applicant had asked about pea stone. So
Okay.
it's not impervious, it's pervious.
mhm.
Okay.
I'm not sure, if that's what they're gonna choose, but they had discussed pea stone, right, Tom?
Correct.
Okay,
And they may find it easier just to pave it with asphalt, but we have designed the the rain detention to handle all the walkways as well as the roof and the paving.
okay, I understand now. It wasn't, I understand where you're coming from now for that. I just want to make sure the walkways that were out front were not the pea stone. And those
No.
are going to be a slate. Yep.
Of
Good.
course, there are no sidewalks on this part of Hudson Street, so
Yep.
having a sidewalk from the residents down to Hudson Street, doesn't really make much sense, but it was requested and we put it in.
Yep. Okay.
And there was some discussion though, too. I think depending on the planning board, whether we have it go down to the road like that. I know at my house, you come off the front and it would angle more towards the driveway versus down to the street. I don't know what other board members think about the layout of the walkway.
Fred, did you have something? I thought I saw you raise your hand.
I do, if it's okay to chime
Sure.
in. Just for a point of clarification, from the groundwater view, pea stone is basically impervious. So if the intent was to make it not impervious, because it has to be compacted to a point where water's really not going to get through in that area, I would still expect it to be treated as impervious, which is what they did in their drainage calculation. So if there's some other material that's preferred, whether it's the planning board or the design review, you might as well use it because it's going to be treated as impervious either way. And then in terms of the walkway that leads down to the driveway, my only thought is that maybe who's ever living there wants to use the walkway to walk down and get their mail. But I'm not quite sure where the mailboxes would be proposed for each of the duplexes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay. Is there a thought for where the mailboxes would be or not necessarily?
I don't think you can stipulate where the mailboxes are going to be. It's the US Postal Service that does that.
But in terms of where is the current walkway intended to end up in that area, or that wasn't a consideration? It was just more about connecting to the drives here.
I believe it had that in mind to get down to the end of the driveway and or mailbox, but again, we can't stipulate where it goes. If it does go down in that vicinity, it'd be a nice spot for it anyway, so.
Okay.
And one of the board members' ideas was the FedEx drivers to pull right in the bottom and then
Yeah.
they have a path right up to the house.
Okay. Okay, and then what is for each side here? What is the square footage for this?
The square footage for each unit
Yes.
is 2,700 square feet.
Okay, with or without the garage?
That's the living space. The garage is 2-car garage. Those are on the sides.
Okay, and is there, so I think I saw the views of this in another drawing here. I'm just trying to look at the materials online. So there's a model, I don't know if there's multiple ones, I'm just looking to see what's available that has what this would look like, but I don't see any necessarily dimensions on it. Do you have something that shows the street view with any sort of size or dimension so we can see just the scale relative to the houses next to it?
Well, you have submitted quarter scale drawings of the floor plans and elevations.
Oh, okay, maybe I just haven't seen. I'm looking at, let me scroll through. Do you have those? Do you want to bring those up?
Yeah, I don't know how to share a screen, so if somebody else could help.
Okay, Barry, do you have those in there?
I do not have those.
For which ones, Carrie?
Just looking at general size, scale, elevation, any sort of dimensions here. I'm curious to see size-wise relative to the area, what this looks like.
Like a street view where you can see.
Yeah, yes.
I believe that Michelle emailed those today.
Okay, so I got a link.
I think she
They were
said,
so large that she was having trouble emailing them, so
Yeah,
emailed the link.
I see it. I didn't get to the part that had the buildings though.
Okay, so if I go to the link that Michelle sent, which file would I open?
Yeah. Let me pull up the email, 1 sec. I believe, so it's the email that was sent at 3:42 PM.
Yep, I have that email, but when I click on the link, it just brings me to the general planning board site or planning department site, and then I have a whole bunch of links to select from. So I'm wondering if there's a specific link here.
I
that
believe it's the last one on the list, exterior sketches.
Okay, there it is.
You want me to stop sharing?
Sure, I can bring this up. All right, let's see. Okay, can everybody see this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. All right, so hold on, I can't really see. Sorry, guys, I just can't read that in the corner.
Plus, Carrie, you have the one above it, which is the models, which has a more three-dimensional look to it.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's the one I originally looked at, and I just didn't see any dimensions. Okay, so
So this elevation view has the heights. So you're 24.6 to the building height. And all the modulars of the structure are about 22 feet wide. So this gable is 22 feet wide. The garage is 22 feet wide. So it's both front and back and sides. So that is common to all 4 elevations.
okay, did you want me to pull up the model for everyone to
Sure.
see? I'm gonna I don't know if I switch over to, can you guys still see it?
There you go.
Can you see my-
Mhm.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
So that's like an 8 scale model. So you see you have covered porches at the entries of both of the dwelling units. And then the garages are on the sides.
Okay.
is there any way to get a computer generated picture of that on the site with the neighboring 2 parcels on the left and the right? Just to show what they look like next to the house next to the right and the house next to the left.
I suppose there's software that exists that does that, but I do not have that software.
All right, and then if can I switch off of this for a second?
Yep.
All right, I'm just going to. Oops, here we go. Okay, any thoughts or questions on this from the board at this point? I think so just to make sure I understand, you're coming back with revised plans either way. So what feedback, is there any feedback that would be helpful to you now, or is it better to just wait till you have revised plans? I want to make sure we make good use of everyone's time.
From what I've heard so far, there isn't much to revise our plans. Fred has our latest and greatest design plans and comments for the groundwater advisory committee. The only thing I've heard as far as revision is just increasing the length of the fence and giving a limit to that. We certainly can do that, no problem at all. And I know Fred's we've got to do some test pit work at the infiltration basins to confirm our assumptions. Couldn't do it in the middle of the winter, and we're just about that period when we can start doing some digging. So once we get that hammered out and confirm for Fred those dimensions, I think we're pretty good to go. I didn't know if there's any other comments from the planning board that we can address and just hammer this thing out the next time with Fred's comments and be done with it.
So for me, I really want to get a good handle on the size, because when I'm looking at this in comparison to the original footprint and what's around it, I would like to understand relative to what's in that area, what are we looking at for size? So any sort of information that's, I know you don't have whatever software, but what we can see for dimensions, what it looks on the, how it looks from the street relative to the area around it. I mean, obviously we drive by there and can certainly eyeball it, but it looks significantly large. So I want to figure out, what does that look like size wise, and just have that understanding. I don't know if other board members have comments on that or feel in a similar way or thoughts on that.
So I would like to talk to it. I know Hudson Street very well. It has many homes on it that are 1 story and 2 stories. While you're talking, I was just quickly looking at it. You could look at 6 Hudson Street, which has, you know, probably the same size height that this is talking about. It's actually a 2-family over there. I think you certainly can go within close proximity to the property and find similar properties in height and in it. And then you could also find something that's probably smaller that eventually down the line, probably the owner will be looking to redevelop it. So I keep in that Hudson Street is a diverse street that has significant size houses and then smaller houses. So if your objective is to find something small, then I don't think that's fair to the applicant, because you have just as many that are large.
My objective is to see it relative to the area, and I don't feel like I have that. So I don't know, that's your opinion on it. Are there other thoughts on that? Lori, do you have a comment?
I pulled up Google Maps, so if you'd like, I could share my screen and show you what exists next to this building on either side, if that would be helpful.
Sure, go ahead.
I think that'd be great.
All right, can you see that?
Mhm.
Okay, so this is the existing property that we're discussing. So this is the house immediately abutting. If you look across the street, this is the house you see. So there's a combination of single families, but there's also multi-families within the vicinity.
As a good size.
So this is 2 houses down. It's a multi-family. And then we can walk down the street.
Down on the right, there's a good size house too.
Not sure if
Find
that's a
out.
single or 2-family. That looks like it might be a single family.
Yep.
There it is.
And that is the house that's 2 doors down in the other direction.
And then keep going, that White House down there. What is that?
So now we get into 2 families. So 2 families on that lot. And then a multi-family. Oh, seem to have lost my way there. There we go. Do you want me to keep going, or are you
I think
satisfied?
that's good.
No, that's helpful. I think that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop share and turn off my mic so you don't have to listen to my whining dog. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Okay, other questions or comments from the board? Okay, and so do we actually have the elevation from where it sits? Is that in the plans as well? Elevation
Yep.
from where it sits on the land, that's in there?
It's
Yeah, you
currently,
have all the drawings of the
63.5.
proposed duplex.
And we do also have floor plans as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer. There is it's in the plan, there's elevation in the
Yep.
plan? Okay, great.
Yes.
The site plans don't seem to have dimensions on it though. Like I see the garage and the footprint. But if you have to redo them, I'd like to see, 10 feet by 20 feet, just the dimensions on them.
Well, the drawings are to scale, so you can put a ruler to
Ruler?
it to check sizes.
That's true. I did start doing that today. I guess it's just easier when the people put it right on there. I do have a ruler. I think it was,
Okay. Oh, so you want us to use a ruler to do the dimensions of your plan?
Well, I'm just saying that the scale of the drawings are all done to standard architectural and engineering scales. And we typically don't dimension things until we submit for construction permits. But if you want us to add drawings so you can read it, we could certainly do that.
Okay, I mean, I think it'd be helpful, it'd be a quicker path. But if it's something that's easy to just do, I think it'd be a quicker way to figure it out.
Are you asking for dimensions of just the exterior, what you're
Yeah,
asking?
just
or-
just include the dimensions so we can just get a sense of how big it is. My concern is that, and it's happened in other plans before, is like we see this plan and then when it gets built, it's just not what, it doesn't match with, it's just not to the scale that maybe the board thought, or it's just the way it's situated on the property, or it's just, it turns out to be like a mega size building that it was just hard for us to tell just looking at that one view of it. So I'm just looking for as much information as possible to try to figure out, to give me a better sense of what is that scale, what is that size, so that we're working with, I just feel better informed about it and making a better decision that way.
So Barry and Tom, if I could make a suggestion, if you come back and you say, the front is, here's the dimensions for the front, the side, or the rear, then you could show maybe another property that's similar to that on Hudson Street, because you can say that, I'm just throwing out numbers that, it's 28 feet long by, 15 feet wide. What does that look like? And to your comment, Kerry, you knew the numbers, but it looked larger when it was built. You can always say, go look at this building. It's the same. So it's a visual for you.
Yeah.
The numbers, if you can't imagine the numbers in it, maybe a visual on Hudson Street can give it, because some of those two families on Hudson Street have the height and the dimensions similar to this building.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
I like to point out the fact that it's the edge of the RC zone bordering the downtown neighborhood. And because of the nature, the history of the street, you've had a lot of mixed use. And right at 56 Hudson, you have Maytech, which this used to be an industrial zone until they changed the zoning in 2008 to downtown neighborhood. You have Peppers, you have churches, you have multiple family. So I think you have to step back and look at a larger context, and rather than just the immediate structures in that neighborhood.
Right. Okay, any other comments or questions from the board? Anything else from staff? All right, so Laurie, now we already have 3 public hearings on May 3rd.
That is correct. So
So we'd be looking at the 17th.
so you can, so you could go on the first meeting on the 17th. So that would be at 6 p.m. Alternatively, you'd be the 4th public hearing on the 3rd.
I don't want to do 4 public hearings in one night.
Mhm.
So this would be the 17th at 6 PM or, I mean, I guess otherwise it's June, which you probably don't want. So is that something you can make, the 17th at 6 PM?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Is there a motion to, anything else? Any other comments before we motion? Oh, I'm sorry. This is a public hearing. If there are any, before we continue, are there any comments from the public? Okay, no comments from the public. So why don't we, is there a motion to continue the hearing for 87 Hudson Street to May 17th at 6 PM?
I make a motion to continue the hearing for 87 Hudson Street to May 7th at 6 PM.
May 17th.
May 17th, 6 PM.
Okay,
Second.
second. All in favor, Anthony? Anthony, all in favor? Is he frozen? We'll come
He
back
looks
to-
frozen.
All right. Anthony, yes, aye or nay on the continue?
Aye.
Okay, Millie,
Aye.
Michelle,
Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
and Carrie's an aye. Okay, so we'll continue on May 17th at 6 PM. Thanks very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, finally, we have the public hearing for the zoning amendments for 2022 annual town meeting. This is, I don't have the public here. Do I have the public hearing notice to read for this one?
You should, but if you don't, I have it.
Okay, do you mind reading it or do you want me to?
Absolutely not.
Okay, great.
So in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 5, the Northborough Planning Board will hold a public hearing on April 19, 2022 at 6:30 PM for the purpose of seeking public opinion on proposed amendments to the zoning map in the following sections of the Northborough zoning bylaw, Chapter 7. Complete text of the proposed amendments and proposed zoning map is available on the Planning Department webpage at www.town.northborough.ma.us. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopting during the state of the emergency signed into law on June 16, 2021, this meeting will be conducted via remote participation. No in-person attendance by members of the public will be permitted. To participate in the public comment portions of this meeting from a PC, Mac, iPad, iPhone, or Android device, please click this URL to join. Passcode 032894, join by phone, I'm sorry. 1-646-876-9923, webinar ID 874-7970-1243, passcode 032894. And then it provides the live stream link. Section 7-03-030 Board of Appeals, subsection B, subsection 2. Section 7-03-050 Site Plan A, subsection 4, subsection B. Section 7-03080 Enforcement. Section 7-05-010 General Provisions A. Section 7-05-020 Classification of Uses G, subsection 2 Hospitality and Food Service. I, subsection 5 Distribution and transportation uses, and I, subsection 7 Brewery, distillery, or winery with tasting room. Section 7-05-030 Table of Uses, Table 1, Part B, Commercial and Industrial Districts. Section 7-07-020 Floodplain Overlay District. Section 7-09-030 Off-Street Parking and Loading. subsection B, subsection 2, subsection B, commercial uses, and B, subsection 2, subsection C, industrial uses, subsection 7-09-040 signs, section 7-10-060 temporary moratorium on distribution and transportation uses, zoning map by rezoning that portion of the general residence district identified as 37 South Street, assessors map 63, parcel 175 to downtown business district. Carrie Martinek, chairperson, April 3rd, 2022 and April 10th, 2022. There you go.
Great, thank you. Okay, with that, we will open the hearing. And I want to say a few things before we get started with this hearing. What I'm going to do is I'll pull open the warrant that we have and a couple of things that I think we need to do tonight. I think we need to get through just finalizing talking about what our intent is, making sure we take public comment. We need to vote on each one as a planning board as we present it to town meeting. And we'll need to also decide who is presenting which bylaw. Is there anything else, Laurie, that she's not, that's okay, that we need tonight to accomplish in order to do everything we need to do? So presentation, vote, presenters, public comment. Anything else that you think we're missing out of that list? And then
You just want to make sure that you hold off on the vote until the public hearing is closed. So you want to close the public hearing and then vote individually on each article.
Okay. And then I think also it'd be helpful if we walk through during town meeting, the order of what we need to do. So I think I sent you before, Laurie, what Kathy had sent us in the past in terms of we bring up the motion. So we can sort that out after the hearing, but I think we'll need to cover that tonight as well. Okay. All right, great. So I want to make a couple announcements before we start this. First, I want to say as the chair of the board, I was really disappointed to see some planning board members putting messages out there to bring people to come to this board meeting tonight and, pushing them to fight against the planning board. I think as a sitting member of this board, that's really inappropriate to do as a member of the board. Michelle, I think for you, I think it's important that you disclose that you actually have a sign that's impacted by this bylaw and that you have a stake in that bylaw. And I don't think that's been disclosed throughout our discussions about the bylaw. So you do have an internally lit sign. You have received variances, dimensional variances to make it bigger on two sides of the building. So you certainly have a business stake in this bylaw. I was disappointed to see that kind of behavior by a board member, and that's really unfortunate. With that said,
I don't know, I have a right to respond to that. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I think in social media, whipping up a frenzy to direct people to come to this planning board meeting tonight to fight your case.
I don't participate in social media. There are other members on this board who participate extensively in social media. Speaking of yourself and Amy Paretsky, you cannot produce anything that says that I have whipped up any frenzy for this meeting on social media. That's a false statement and a false accusation. But you should move forward and allow the public to speak.
Okay. I'm just going to pull that up then if you want to look at it.
So if you want to pull up those, Carrie, I'll pull up all the things that you have pulled up on Facebook. That's so inappropriate on this meeting.
No, Michelle,
No
it's
idea what you're
not a
talking
false accusation. I'm saying that as chair of this board, I think it's inappropriate behavior to direct people to come to this planning board in which you're a member and fight against this board. I think that's really inappropriate considering you have a stake in these bylaws that you have not disclosed throughout this occasion.
You're telling me that it's inappropriate to ask the public to come to give input on all the zoning bylaws? Is that what you're saying?
No, Michelle, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying what you've done and what you're doing is not, I'm disappointed and I think it's inappropriate. I would like for you to at least disclose that you actually have an internally lit sign in this district that we're talking about that has not been disclosed. So at a minimum, it would be, I think it's important to disclose that piece of information before we go through the bylaws. Do you have an internally lit sign that's impacted by these bylaws?
I followed the sign bylaw. I applied for a sign application. It was approved years ago. That's all I have to say. I'm not
Okay.
going to go forward with your witch hunt, Carrie. And if
Okay,
you want me to get at the next meeting, all the posts that you've posted on Facebook, I'll be happy to do that with you and Amy. But this is inappropriate as a chair to even bring it up. I did what any business owner did, was I followed the bylaw, I made an application and it was approved. That's all I have to say.
okay, we disagree on that. I will say, going forward with this hearing, we will accept comments from Northborough residents.
Yeah.
And we will, when you do make a comment, please state your name and address. We'll accept comments from Northborough residents. In the light of the timing tonight, if you have something that you've already commented on, I'd like to keep it to new comments relative to the bylaws versus rehashing. I think last meeting, we took public comment. We got a great deal of feedback. I think that was great. It was a good conversation. Those things have been recorded. So tonight we're looking for new comments, specifically from Northborough residents. With that, why don't we get started with, I'm going to share my screen with the bylaws, starting with zoning bylaw. Let's see, hold on. Okay, can everybody see this one? Okay, for this one, what we need to settle on is, first of all, for the benefit of the public, why don't we talk about the general intent of this bylaw? And then we'll, if there's any further discussion on it, we'll open up to public comments, and then we'll decide on the presenter. Or actually, we'll do the presenters after we vote. At the end, we'll close the hearing, we'll vote and decide on presenters. Anthony or Amy, do you want to speak to the intent of this bylaw?
Well, I can speak to the internally lit part of it. I think Amy can speak to the other components of it. The intent is, if you look at, well, every single town around us, with maybe the exception of Berlin, including Hudson, which just won the best main street in America, they banned internally lit signs. So that includes Hudson, Marlborough, Shrewsbury, Westboro, Southborough, and one of the other things that we did when we went to the master plan surveys, 73% of the people, the number one thing people were concerned about was the look of our downtown. So this is just one tiny step in trying to bring some cohesive look to our signage in our downtown area. And it only applies to the downtown area. And that's what this implies. So internally lit is a plastic sign that's got the light from behind. And externally lit is one where maybe carved wood or something like that, but it's just lit from the front. And if you go around town at night, you can see both are very, you can see externally lit very well, just as much as you can see an internally lit sign. It's a trend that a lot of the towns are doing, and there's got to be a reason behind that. And so it's, again, just one step to just kind of bring up our town into standards that all the other towns are doing.
Okay.
Okay, if you want me to add to it, it's up to you guys. I'm just gonna read the flyer that Lori brought to the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee. It seemed to sum up the articles pretty good. So I'm gonna use yours, Lori, if you don't mind. It said the article clarifies the definitions for banner sign, flag, roof sign, adds definitions for externally illuminated signs, gasoline canopy signs, internally illuminated signs. The article specified that pre-existing non-conforming signs, if legally permitted and erected prior to adoption of the changes, may be continued if maintained. but cannot be enlarged, redesigned, structurally altered, removed, or abandoned for longer than 30 days. The article prohibits issuance of use variances for signs. And it also specifies where electronic message centers are allowed right now. And it clarifies that historic signs, markers, and municipal plaques are permitted in all districts without a permit. And one thing that wasn't mentioned just right now, but it doesn't mean that the day after town meeting, if you have an internally lit sign, you have to go out and change your sign. You are grandfathered in. And there are definitely some that have been up there for like 50, 60 years. So it seems like they last a long time. It's not something you have to go out and replace the next day.
So in terms of, I know we said we talk about presentations later, but I think that actually that's a nice way to cover all of the pieces of this bylaw. Plus, Anthony, you had some points in there too as well to help the public understand the purpose of this and why we went through this and made the changes that we did. Any other board comments on this? Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing for a second. I'm gonna go to comments on this from the public, and please state your name and address. Scott Rogers, just say your name and address.
Hi, yeah, Scott Rogers, 26 Tomahawk Drive. And I guess I should say, so there's no confusion, I'm speaking on behalf of myself and not as a member of any board, committee, commission, organization or the like, or maybe not even on behalf of my family members, just me. On the subsection, you're not.
Oh, hold on. Hold on a second.
Yeah, it's about not being able to replace the sign if it's beyond repair. So for a lot of the internally lit signs where it's a plastic panel, if the panel were to break, would that need to be replaced the entire sign, or would the just the plastic panel be able to be replaced on the sign? I want to say it's section C on the conforming and all that, a little bit down more.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I want to say number 6, I guess, there. I mean, destroyed beyond repair, would replacing the plastic panel be an allowed repair without replacing the sign, the entire sign?
So I think it's ultimately up to the zoning enforcement officer, and it doesn't sound to me beyond repair, but I guess, Bob, is that, if it's just a panel around the sign, is that beyond repair in your mind, or? Oops, I don't know if we
If
have
it's a
Bob.
broken panel and there's no change to the, to the content and the text and the, design of the actual sign, it's just replacing a sign because the other one gets smashed, I'm gonna allow it to be replaced.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the answer. That's all I have on this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's no easy way for me to keep going back and forth, so I'm gonna have to stop. There we go. Okay, other comments on this one? All right, I'm going to go back to sharing and oops, hold on. Let's see. Oops, micro, is that, yeah, there we go. Let me share. Okay, can everybody see? I'm on Article 34. Okay, Amy, this is yours. Did you want to speak to the purpose of this one or the intent of this one?
Sure, I'm going to read Lori's again. This article adds definitions for brew pub, nano brewery, microbrewery, and brewery, distillery, or winery. Specifies the districts where these uses are allowed and sets forth parking requirements for the uses.
Okay. Comments from the board on this one?
I mean, do you think for town meeting, I have to go into a bigger presentation for it, or can I just state that? Because I should be able to answer questions if people have questions just from that paragraph that I read.
Well, I think it helps. So I do like what Lori wrote, but I think it helps to add like a little more history, maybe. I don't know. What do you think? I would think like we've been trying to do this for a little while. We had it on the, I don't know if I don't want to make a long winding story about it, but is there any sort of history or context that would be helpful in addition to that? Or
I guess I can add a little, but
we're talking about, we wanted, did you say about the piece about adding other uses in the district so we could expand that out a little bit?
yeah, I mean, I could add that.
So I think it opens up some additional use in the industrial district, especially similar to when we added the commercial, not commercial, the outdoor recreation or indoor recreation. It's just adding another use out there, which I think people have asked about as well. Other comments on this one? And I can't see everybody, so I'm going to stop sharing for a second. Okay. Okay, public comments on this one? Okay. Let's see. I feel like I skipped one. Nope. All right, 35. This is enforcement. So let's see. I'm going to share this. Okay, Article 35, enforcement. Amy, this is yours as well.
Yep, this article spells out the enforcement procedure that the building inspector will follow upon receiving a written notification of a zoning violation, and it specifies the penalties available to him or her, which include revoking an occupancy permit and or making a complaint to court of competent jurisdiction for an injunction or restraining order. And maybe that's too much, because it actually, those are things he could have already done right now. So, but it really is just an article to spell out what the procedure is for enforcement. We had received some questions about it.
Okay. Any additional comments on this one? Okay, public comments on this one. Okay. Oops, hold on. Lisa, just your name and address. Oh, there you
Lisa
go.
Maselli, 13 Maple Street. I just have a question on the general building inspector, comma, as zoning enforcement officer.
Oh, hold on. I'm just sorry, Lisa, just one second. I'm going to share my screen again so we can follow along. Okay. Go ahead, Lisa. Sorry, I was just pulling it up so we could see what we're talking about.
No, that's fine. It's underlined. So what you're adding as zoning officer. If down the road, they separate that, if the town gets large enough and the building inspector and the zoning officer have too much work, is it easier to just take out the building inspector and just put the zoning officer in instead of the building inspector as zoning officer?
It was reviewed by town council and everything. I think if that happened in the future, we would just update it.
Okay.
It's a good point. I feel like if that happened, we'd have to really do we'd have to look through our entire, we'd have this problem on so many bylaws likely. So we'd have to go back and look and see where that impacts. But it's a good point, Lisa. Thank you.
Or you could do a slash instead of as, but okay. I mean, that's just a housekeeping question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
slash could work too. That way it's either or.
Yeah. At
But
least
then if
have-
you had two, then who would do it? And then they'd fight
Well.
over who got to do what.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anything else on this one? Okay. All right. Okay, use variances is next. So for this one, hold on a second. I don't have Lori's cheat sheet, so I'll just say something that we've talked about before a couple of times. The use variances bylaw is something that we talked about. If we wanted to change the uses allowed in the districts that we have, the thought would be that that would be something that comes to town meeting for voters to vote on, versus right now it's something that's granted to the ZBA. There's debate, I think, in many towns right now over a couple of things. Number one is whether or not it circumvents the legislative body if they don't have the ability to decide where uses should be allowed by right. And then secondarily, what we keep hearing whenever we attend classes from CPTC or whatnot, we hear that if we are in the middle of trying to change our zoning, for example, if we are focused on downtown, it's very difficult to get to the zoning we want to get to for as long as we have use variances. And we've received a lot of feedback over the years that it's sort of an antiquated tool, and a lot of towns are getting away from them. And it's something we've talked about for a couple of years now, and just really bringing it forward to see how the town wants to vote on it, and how the town feels about it, to give them the chance to voice whether or not they still support use variances or don't. So I think that's the primary thought behind this one. Any other comments from the board? Okay, I wish I could see at the same time, but I can't. So are there any comments from the public on this one? Okay. So let's see, Fran Baxter, if you just have your name and address.
Chair, Fran Baxter, 76 Cedar Hill Road. I apologize, it may have come up at one of the meetings when you were crafting these. I guess I'll just say that out of 152 applications over the last 9 years that the zoning board has heard, 25 of them were for use variances, in which 3 of them were actually for one property at the U-Haul up on Barefoot Road, which would not have been allowed to be developed because we did not allow retail up there, or 2 other aspects of their use. And I don't see how that would have been a problem. But I am curious, what data you have to support the statement that many communities are going away from using use variances?
Yeah, it was just through the different classes that we've been taking. I guess I could, if you think it would be helpful, I could go back and pull out some of what we've been reading just from the zoning experts that we have a chance to take classes with there, if that would be helpful. I started to go back and I look at a couple of towns. I think you brought up last time, Fran, a couple of them, and I went back and looked, and they actually had gotten away. So like Southborough, I think, was one you pointed out before, and they actually just removed use variances at their last town meeting. So, I mean, if it's helpful, I could go back and pull some of the surrounding towns, and maybe that would help people to see what other towns are doing in this area. But it was definitely part of those classes that it's been a message that's been reiterated over the years to us. It's just people getting away from them, towns getting away from them.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks, Fran. Okay, and then I have Scott. Just your name and address.
Yeah, Scott Rogers, 26 Tomahawk Drive. Yeah, I think I mentioned it the last time, but I just to repeat a little bit, having the use variance, would have allowed a brew pub to come in early rather than waiting for the zoning on that. So there's some positive aspects there. But I guess my question for this meeting is, what would our strategy be then for White Cliffs being in a residential district?
Yeah, so I think, well, first to answer to the brew pub, from my perspective, and other board members feel free to jump in. At the time, there was actually some consideration put into a couple of things. So we talked about, if we put a brew pub downtown, would it be loud? Would there be problems with noise? How would it impact the neighbors? If we put in industrial, would there be issues with water supply? How will we support that? What does the traffic look like? So a lot of those things I think are important to actually hash out and not make it as quick as a use variance. I think, allowing the town to look at those pros and cons of a use in a specific district gives them a voice and an opportunity to do that. So in the case of the breweries, I think, of course, some of us maybe would have rather it happen sooner, but I think the things that we were holding out on was just important information that we wanted to evaluate. For White Cliffs, just as part of this particular set of articles, we have 37 South Street, which we're rezoning in a pretty seamless manner, that I think if we did have to do something with White Cliffs, there's other tools and ways to do it. And maybe the town wouldn't want to rezone White Cliffs. So giving them the opportunity to speak to it, I think is important when we're making those zoning decisions, to allow the voters to be a part of that process. But sometimes it just comes down to a philosophical difference in how we view those things. So I think primarily the goal is to bring it to town meeting and let the town, the voters, think through what they would like to see. And if it's something that we don't want as a town, that's okay too, but at least bring that opportunity forth to have a discussion.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, looks like I have another one. Lisa?
Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. I'm glad that Scott brought up the White Cliffs again. Last time we talked, there was a question from Fran about the White Cliffs and losing the use variance to be able to go in there and change that. And my first reaction is that this was a property that the town meeting had asked to preserve and to keep put on the historic listing. And it's a landmark. And now we have the chimney that's falling out from the front of it. Nothing has been done to preserve it. The charge to take care of it from the selectmen has not been carried out. And we're talking now about a quick use variance to be able to just change it into a development area. And I find that to be a little bit disheartening. We need to first decide how to fix it and not look at the easiest way to rip it down and build something else up there. And to hear a ZBA member and a selectman talk like this is it's a little disheartening. So I don't want to think that the use variance should be kept just so that we could take a quick turnout and move this property along and not take care of it as we were given charge to at a town meeting in 2020 or 2016. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Okay, next we have the rezoning of South Street. So this one, I don't think we necessarily have, I think we had something written for it. Hold on, I'm going to share my screen again. Okay, so rezoning of South Street. Is there any further comments on this one? Or the intent of this one, I think, was just that piece of property was the line was drawn through the center of the parcel. They were in a situation where it was having to continuously come back and forth to have the correct business in that area. So this was just cleaning up the zoning in general. And Laurie, if you stated that more clearly, we can use your words from the document you created. Any other thing to add to this one? Okay. I'm gonna stop here. Any comments on this one? Public comments? Okay. Next we have, oops. Okay, this is another housekeeping item. This is for the two-family dwelling piece that was already covered in a different area. We're cleaning up the bylaw so that we don't have conflicting pieces of information within the bylaw. Is there any additional comments from board members on this one? And comments from the public? Okay. Next we have the moratorium. So Article 39 and Article 40, we have two related pieces. And as we talked about before, I'm just going to address them a little bit together, but we can take comments on them separately. The purpose of the section is to address the issue that we've had over the last few years in terms of seeing a huge spike in these particular uses in our industrial district. The thought was, which the board talked about, either we try and solve it through a moratorium, or we try to, which is Article 39. If that's something the town voters weren't interested in doing or didn't feel that we needed to do, the second bylaw, the second article to this is the definitions. So I think it's two different approaches to try to handle the issue that the board primarily felt with the evolution of e-commerce and how that's accelerated over time, to make sure that our bylaws actually protected the residents and also gave the board the ability to really, when we look at our applications, that could understand. So you see here in the moratorium area, just to have this kind of information to understand from traffic impact to fiscal impact, when we're looking at these applications, so that we have as much information as possible. And also that it's updated to modern type potential tenants that we would be getting in the future. So that is the primary intent of the moratorium. It would be a 12-month. The idea would be that we'd get recommendations back. We had talked back and forth about who would be on that committee. I think the intent is to have certainly staff input. It was something that the town administrator did not want to assign staff to the committee, but certainly there would be a collaborative effort there. The second piece of that is really, and I'll take comments separately, but just for anyone who's seeing this for the first time, the second part of that is really, if we aren't able to do a moratorium, we'll at least put our definitions, separate them out a little bit so there's some clarity for us as a board when we're considering these applications. And then if they're falling into certain categories, which we think are a little more intense, just looking at intensity of what we'd have here, we have this sort of guide to help us further break it down into not just a generic warehouse or trucking, but is it actually something bigger than that? And is it allowed in that district? Mm-hmm. So that's the overall intent for these two coming hand in hand, but I'll take it separately. Any additional board member comments on the moratorium piece? Oops, and I'm gonna stop sharing so I can see. Okay, any public comments? Okay, Scott, does your name and address?
Thanks again. Scott Rogers, 26 Tomahawk Drive. An idea on the committee that might be formed. Now that we've reconstituted the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee, is there an opportunity to leverage their assistance in the analysis?
What do you mean, actually? Can you just clarify?
Yeah, thinking of an existing committee, or in a way reconstituted, right? They've not been able to meet for a few years, but that's a body that has some expertise in bylaws. That might be an opportunity to leverage that additional committee to help in this analysis.
Okay, well, thanks for that feedback. That's interesting.
And I bring that up because this is a relatively small committee, the one that's being proposed, so it might not have all of the expertise you might want. So leveraging an additional committee might be helpful.
Okay, great. That's good feedback. Thank you. Okay. Other comments? Okay, Karen, your name and address.
And I'm the president of the 49495 Regional Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, and what's your address, please? I'm taking comments from Northborough residents.
Oh, I understand this was a public hearing. Is that not correct?
It's at the discretion of the chair to take public comments from Northborough residents only.
So I am not a Northborough resident. So are you suggesting that you will not take my comment?
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, other comments from Northborough residents? Okay. Oh, sorry. Nope, actually, there wasn't one. So it's tough to see. Okay, related to this, we have the the definitions, which we just discussed. Any further board comments on this one? Oops, and I'm not sharing anymore. Hold on. Okay. Any public comments on this one? Okay. And then we have the floodplain. So Fred, we had a comment come in today through email. Fred, are you still on the line?
I am.
So I'm wondering if you can help us to understand what that comment was. I had a little trouble following it. So if you don't mind just clarifying to the board what that comment was so that we can understand.
Yes, there was a comment this afternoon from a resident asking about why the purpose was changing from what it stated previously to what it is now. And I entered into an exchange with him this afternoon. I believe he's been, his question's been answered satisfactorily, but I didn't hear a final comment back to that degree. What I explained to him was that the bylaw, as I believe I've told you before, was a requirement from the state floodplain coordinator who manages the regulations as required by FEMA, the federal regulations. And they came with a specific set of guidelines, including the stated purpose that you have before you as being directed in order to keep our floodplain overlay district in compliance with the state and federal regulations, which, if adopted, allows residents of Northborough to obtain flood insurance if they need to. If without the regulations being in conformance with the state and federal regulations, then there may be an opportunity for residents not to get flood insurance, and then they would be at risk. He was concerned that we were taking out the purpose, the protect and preserve wildlife habitat, and I think there was another spot there, the floodwater, inundation, and that those were no longer in there. And I explained to him that we have a number of different regulations and bylaws in place within our code that include protection of those resources. There's the groundwater protection overlay district that protects the groundwater quality and quantity. There is the wetlands protection, the local wetlands bylaw that protects natural resources and habitat areas. There is the stormwater and land disturbance permit that was adopted last year, bylaw that was adopted last year, for which kind of has overlap into each of the areas. So I believe his concern was that we were not protecting some environmental issues that we should be. And I believe that I've explained to him that they are handled. They're not specifically pointed out in the floodplain overlay district bylaw in particular, but they are covered in other bylaws that we do have on record in the town code.
Okay, so do board members, is that any questions on that? Or if you had a chance to read that email, but thanks for explaining that, Fred.
I hope I did.
Well, it's a lot. There's a lot there, so we should.
There is. There is.
Okay. Any board questions on this? Okay. Any public comments on the floodplain bylaw? Okay, Lisa, is your hand still up from before, or do you have a comment on the floodplain bylaw?
No, I have a comment on the floodplain.
Oh, okay, sure. Go right ahead. Just your
All right,
name.
Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. I did take the time to read through this earlier. And it's interesting that you got an email from someone else, but I'm concerned about some of the language being removed in the general provisions as well. And when I went back to look at online, the state and how they talked about the minimum guidelines to be put in place, it would seem to me that we don't have to take everything out, that we could continue to put what they do and then put some things in of our own. And what I did was to type up the purposes of the overlay district R2A preserve and maintain the groundwater table to protect the public health and safety and persons and property against hazards of floodwater inundation, and to ensure public safety through reducing the threats of life and personal injury. So that takes the first one and adds it to part of that paragraph. B, protect and preserve wildlife habitat. C, protect the community against costs which may be incurred when unsuitable development occurs in swamps, marshes, along watercourses, and in areas subject to floods. D, eliminate new hazards to emergency response officials, which is again on that. E, prevent the occurrence of public emergencies resulting from water quality, contamination, and pollution due to flooding. F, avoid loss of utility services if damaged by flooding would disrupt or shut down the utility network and impact the regions of the community beyond the site of flooding, which is in that. G, eliminate the costs associated with the response and cleanup of flooding conditions. F, reduce damage to public and private property resulting from flooding waters. And then 2 would remain the same. So I don't know why we couldn't add what we had into those, the purposes of floodplain A through F that was put on the new offering. And then there was one other question I had in that. So do you want to talk to this one first and then talk to my second question, or do you want me to give you both?
So probably both, and then we'll discuss it, and then, or is it, go ahead. If you want to ask your second one, that's fine.
Okay, so now I have to actually find out where I have it on here. I can't quickly find it on here. I did the state said that you had to list one person and one person only to be the head contact if there was a flood, and needing to have the state or federal come in to get involved. And it was listed as being the zoning officer, and I wondered why it wasn't listed as the town engineer, since he's the one who's always involved with the water and that sort of thing.
Okay, so that seems like the easier one. So Fred, if you can help answer
Sure.
that.
Bob and I had a discussion, and the zoning enforcement officer is where the questions regarding the floodplain bylaw and its applicability start. And so we thought for continuity's sake, it should be the same person specified in the 2 different areas, just for continuity. That was all. That was the only reason. Didn't have to be. I checked with the state. Doesn't have to be the same person. We just felt as though on our end, it made more sense to have it be one person, and where Bob was doing the zoning interpretations and the first place that people go to when they have a question about the bylaw, the zoning bylaw, the floodplain overlay district bylaw would be with Bob. And so that's where we fell upon that one.
Okay, and then the other one would be what we have here for the purposes of the floodplain overlay district. It sounds like, Lisa, there was stuff you think that were in here before that are no longer here that you're proposing we add, or these are things that I just want to make sure I capture the heart of your question.
Well, in that, I would like to go back to the other one afterwards, but in relationship to this, instead of eliminating that very first paragraph, all I did was take it apart and add it to the things that have already now been put in this provision.
Okay.
So it doesn't eliminate anything. It actually keeps that one paragraph with the questions that yet person may have had and mine, and just incorporates them into what we had and what they're now looking at.
And Fred, so is that right here is where that other email was talking about?
Yes. Yep.
Got it. Okay.
And I don't think there's any reason you can't incorporate it.
I don't know that there's any reason that we can't. I felt as though the sections, that portion of the purpose was, as I indicated, covered in other bylaws. What we did was we agreed to work with the state floodplain coordinator and send her drafts, and we went back and forth, and the bylaw as presented before you is what has been approved by the state floodplain coordinator that I spoke with. So
Okay,
we went from about 3 pages to about 13 pages, and we're trying to keep it within reason as much as possible. But I did feel like I needed to get in everything that they required. Something that was redundant, I opted to take out.
got it. Okay, and then Lisa, you had a follow-up on the zoning enforcement officer piece.
Yes. Yes, the question I had was, the reason that they want to have one person is because when there's an emergency, they want to be able to go to that person. I don't think the state is interested at that point what the zoning bylaws are, but rather who the person is that has more expertise with the water and the flooding. And I believe that would be you, Fred, wouldn't it?
I believe it is, that I don't believe that the purpose of the bylaw is to deal with emergencies, but rather to deal with filings that are being made before projects are being proposed, in which case it's the building inspector who is the appropriate place to start. If there's an emergency, I, as a town engineer, will be available for any necessary discussion regarding flooding. But the bylaw is intended to target applications for amendments or other projects within the floodplain overlay district.
Okay. All right, thank you, Lisa, for that feedback.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's see. Hold on a second here. Okay, Jason, oh, Bob, did you have something to add there?
Yeah, I did. Thank you. In the event of an emergency, the town has an emergency response department headed by the fire chief. Okay. And the fire chief, in coordination with other department heads who have expertise, both in terms of floodwater and zoning and conservation, he would assemble a team in terms of what responses would be required and what resources will be required to help out. So in the event of an emergency, there is no one person that they call, aside from the fire chief, to assemble a team to work the issue. Okay, and like I said before, that issue will be worked by engineering, building, DPW, conservation, and any other agency the fire chief sees fit.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, any comments about the floodplain? Oops, I have another comment for that one. Jason Perot, just your name and address. Oops, can you hear us, Jason? Oh, we can't hear you. Oops. Can you hear us? Oh, you're muted or something.
Harry,
Yes.
Fran had sent an email that she wanted to respond to the White Cliffs comment at the use variance, but we didn't notice that her hand was up. So I just read it. It just came in on our emails, so.
Oh, okay. I missed that, but also, Jason, do you want me to, why don't I move you over to see if you can figure out what's happening with your phone, because we can't hear you. And then I'm gonna, oh wait, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yep.
Low volume.
It's super low, but we can kind of hear you. Just your name and address.
Jason Perot, 27 Treetop Circle, member of the Board of Selectmen, but speaking as an individual citizen, not as member of the board and not on behalf of the board. I'm sorry, Carrie, actually, I had meant to comment on Article 40, and we're now past that. If you want to conclude this particular item, I just wonder if you could step back to Article 40, and I can comment on that at that time.
Sure. Do you want to, you're welcome to comment. I don't see any other comments for floodplain. If you have any other floodplain comments? Okay, I don't see any, so you're welcome to speak to that if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. So for the section in Article 40 that talks about the definitions, I think I've commented on this in another venue, but you have the definitions for warehouse, trucking rail or freight terminal, fulfillment center, package freight delivery facility, and then delivery station. And what I find problematic about those is that 3 of the 5, as part of their definitions, describe that they're not one of the other things. So, for example, warehouse says it's not a fulfillment center. Package freight delivery facility says it's neither a fulfillment center nor a warehouse with distribution. And delivery station says that it's not a fulfillment center. So I guess by my reading, it concerns me that perhaps these definitions aren't sufficiently descriptive to say what they are, except by saying what they're not. So I just wanted to point that out. If I'm understanding this correctly, Article 40 is kind of a backstop article in the event that Article 39 for the moratorium does not pass.
That's correct.
And in that circumstances, I guess I would have liked to seen these definitions be a little more kind of self-standing and more descriptive or more precise, rather than each of them pointing to the others and saying, I'm not that.
Yeah, so I think that's a good point. I know you brought that up before, I think at the selectmen meeting. What we did for that one is we looked to CMRPC for kind of what they were using for best practices with other towns at this point. I think the definitions are the towns are really just getting used to them and implementing them for the first time. So it's almost like an extra little piece to help in case there's any confusion or in trying to find our way through this, many towns for the first time. I think it just gives that extra little assurance so we don't confuse them. They get so confusing, I think, when you start to pick them apart. So I think that was when the intent of what CMRPC had, and we just tried to replicate that just to try to stay within a good practice that made sense. I mean, not having the benefit, the benefit of the moratorium is we could scope that out further. But if we did have just the definitions, we wanted to at least protect ourselves as much as possible. That's my own personal thought on that. I don't know if anyone wants to weigh in further, but duly noted for sure. Oops, I can't hear you anymore.
Hearing now?
Oh, yep.
Yeah. It just seems to me that this article is precisely what the outcome of the moratorium would have tried to provide.
Yes.
And I just think there's some imprecision in some of these definitions. And I guess I question whether it's fully formed enough to go forward on its own merits.
Yeah, so I hear what you're saying. The people we would go to are the people that created this. So I guess in lieu of a moratorium, I don't know who else we'd go to. So see, we went to our regional planning agency to help, to sort of help. So I don't know who else we would go to in lieu of further analysis. So I think we just tried to do the best that we could for this one. Oops, I lost you. I didn't mean to take you off. I don't think I cut you off, but if I did, just raise your hand. And then Amy, you mentioned Fran sent a message. I'm not an email friend, so I didn't see your note, but it sounds like you had something. I'm going to just put you. Oops. So for some reason, Jim, I can't bring. Oh, there we go. There it is. Okay, Fran.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Fran Baxter, 76 Cedar Hill Road, and thank you, Amy, for jumping in on that. I just want my intentions and my words to be clear, since they are my intentions and my words. When I referenced the possibility of using a use variance for the White Cliff property, it would be specifically for the reuse of that building, it's a tool, an opportunity. It's not a be all end all. But it would give the opportunity to reuse that building, which is currently in a residential zone, for things that may make more sense if it's in a downtown or a downtown environment, from retail stores, art galleries, bed and breakfasts, restaurants, none of which could be in there currently. Again, it's not the only way to address that, but I just didn't want it misrepresented that somehow I was implying that the building had to be teared down and some other modern building put up in its place. And the rest of this discussion and debate can certainly go on at town meeting, but I thank you for letting me come back on.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying that, Fran. Okay, so at this point, I think we're at the end of the public piece. Why don't we have a motion to close the hearing? Lori, unless you think anything else has to be covered within the confines of the hearing, I think everything else, presenters, the order, in terms of what happens process-wise, vote, all happens post-hearing from your perspective?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so is there a motion to close the hearing?
I make a motion to close the hearing.
Okay, second.
Second,
All in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Michelle,
Aye. Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
and Carrie's an aye. Okay, hearing's closed. Why don't we move on to going through these one by one and figuring out, we need our vote. Why don't we go through? Do we want to go by cover each one and get through it? Vote, presenter. Who's going to cover the presentation in terms of like submitting what goes in the presentation? Do you want to do it all? Finish each bylaw one at a time, or go through the vote entirely and then go back? Why don't we just do them all at the same time, knock them out, and we'll go straight down the list, if that's okay with everyone. Okay, why don't we start with the first article is Article 32. And Lori, I don't think it matters whether we go down, we have each, in our motions, do we make it for the motions as it's listed here? So we have, for example, we're just referring to it in a different way. Is it okay if we vote by article from your perspective, or do we have to call it by the section in the bylaw?
I would probably call it by the section, just to be clear. So I would say the article number as well as the section.
Okay. Okay, let me just make sure that matches up. All right, so I'm going to go in order of what's in the warrant, because otherwise I have to scan all throughout the, if I go by the agenda, I have to jump back and forth. So I'm going to go in order by what's in the warrant and do it that way. So right now I'm looking at Article 33 zoning bylaw, section 709040 for signs. So would anyone like to make a motion in favor of planning board recommendation for approving this article?
I make a motion, we approve Article 33 zoning bylaw, section 709040 signs.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Michelle,
No.
Amy,
Aye.
and Carrie's an aye. So signs are 4-1. Okay, next I have motion to approve. Oops, hold on. Planning board recommendation for,
You want me to go down them? I have the articles right here that I printed out. In order.
oh, you did?
Yeah, so I can just read them off because I had printed off that email with all of them.
Okay, go ahead.
Or do you have to explain it? I'm not just making motions.
No, well, I'm just going in order of what's in the warrant
Okay.
versus the agenda, because then I can scroll through. I have it right here. It was just a sign one was hard to get through because there's so many pages. So just a motion to approve planning board recommendation for Article 34 zoning bylaw section 7-05-020 classification of uses. G business uses. 2 hospitality and food service section 7-05-020 classification of uses. I industrial uses section 7-05-030 table of uses, table 1 part B, and section 7-09-030 off-street parking and loading.
Can I say so moved, or do you want me to
Yeah.
read it?
Nope, so you can say so moved.
So moved.
Okay, second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Michelle,
I,
Amy,
Aye.
and Carrie's an aye. So that is unanimous. Okay. Article 35, motion to approve recommendation from planning board at the annual town meeting for Article 35 zoning bylaw, section 7-03-800 enforcement.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Michelle,
no,
Amy,
Aye.
Carrie is an aye, so that is 4-1 on enforcement. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Motion to approve planning board recommendation at annual town meeting for Article 36 zoning bylaw section 7-03-030 and 7-050-010 A use variances.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Michelle,
no,
Amy,
Aye.
and Carrie's an aye. So that's a 4-1. Oops. Okay. All right, motion to approve recommendation to approve an annual town meeting for Article 37 zoning bylaw rezoning 37 South Street. Yep, that's it.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Michelle,
I,
Amy,
Aye.
and Carrie's an aye. 37 South is unanimous. Motion to recommend approval by planning board annual town meeting for Article 38 zoning bylaw, section 7-03-050 site plans, A4 exceptions.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Michelle? You said aye, Michelle?
I did.
Okay, Amy?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. That's unanimous. Oops, there it is. Okay. Motion to approve, to recommend planning board approval at annual town meeting for Article 39 zoning bylaw, add section 7-10-60, I'm sorry, 7-10-060, temporary moratorium on distribution and transportation uses.
So moved.
Second,
Aye.
no.
Second.
It's getting late.
Tired.
Okay, all in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Michelle? Oh, you cut out.
No,
No, Amy?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. That's a 4-1. Let's see. Okay. Motion to approve planning board recommendation at town meeting. I think I got that backwards. Motion to approve recommendation by planning board annual town meeting for Article 40 zoning bylaw section 7-05-020 classification of uses, I industrial uses, 5 distribution and transportation uses, section 7-05-030, table of uses, part B, commercial and industrial districts.
Moved.
Second,
No, I'm forgetting.
Second.
all in favor, Anthony?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Michelle?
I,
Amy?
Aye.
Carries an aye. And that is unanimous. Okay. And finally, motion to approve recommendation by planning board annual town meeting for Article 41 zoning bylaw, section 7-07-020 floodplain overlay district.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, Anthony?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Michelle? It looks like an aye from you, Michelle.
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
And carries an aye. Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, going back, fine presentation. So we need a presenter and we also need bullets on a slide. So Lori, we typically have something presented behind us for each article that just covers like the purpose. And in the past, Kathy drafted that, but board members can certainly submit a slide if that's easier, helpful, or if board members want to submit a slide. Lori, do you have a preference?
I'd be happy to do it. I did the summary already, the one that Amy was referencing. Do you want more of a narrative than that, or is that sufficient? I'm not exactly sure how lengthy these presentations are. I know in my prior town, brevity was the goal.
Yeah.
So they didn't have much patience for a lot of explanations. So if you could provide me with guidance on that, that would be helpful.
Well, would it be, or I could even do this too, to put what you have on a slide deck so we can just see it on, if anybody has any edits to it, they can make edits, but we'll use yours as a baseline. Would that work? Or is that?
Absolutely. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay. And then maybe we'll use yours as a baseline for most board members. Maybe that's fine, but for anyone with more of a complicated bylaw to present, there may be other points either you could verbally make or if we needed something important to note. So starting with signs, who would like to present signs?
I'm hoping Anthony.
Okay, I'll do it.
Anthony, okay. Ooh,
I can help out a little too with the parts I added if you want.
okay, so I'm going to put Anthony down as primary for signs. So if you look at when you get the presentation, Anthony, if there's other things, yours is a little more complex. And if you wanted to add something, you can opt to do so. The next one is brewery. Amy, is that you?
Yeah, I'll take that. And I'll take enforcement too, since I brought that one forth.
Okay. Okay, use variances. Wait, did I skip one? 32, 33, 34. I think I missed one. Hold on a second. Brewery signs is Anthony.
No, the next two are Amy's, 33 and 34 are Amy's. I mean, 34 and 35 are Amy's.
Yep.
Okay, all right, got it. So that's Amy's. The next one is use variances. So I can do use variances. Unless anybody's jumping at the chance. 37 South Street. Millie or Michelle, would you want to do this one or?
I'd take it.
Okay. All right, exceptions. Did you want to do one, Michelle, or?
I can do the exceptions one.
Okay. Okay. I can do the moratorium and definitions unless someone else wants to do it. Okay.
All right.
And the floodplain, so.
I could do, I'd
wanna
be
do
happy to do
floodplain?
that.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so floodplain is Michelle. Moratorium is Carrie. Okay, so I have signs, Anthony, brewery, Amy, enforcement, Amy, use variance, Carrie, 37 South Millie, exceptions, Michelle, moratorium and definitions, Carrie, and floodplain, Michelle.
Yep.
Does that work for everyone?
Can I just ask a clarification, Michelle? Were you going to present the article or just make the motion?
How about if I and you do it, since it would probably need more of your expert advice to when you have questions come from the audience or the resident.
Okay. I'm expecting that there won't be any questions because it'll be the end of 2 very long nights.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
believe Lori has the idea correct. Brevity is the key.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so Laura, you're gonna send us just the baseline, and if board members have things to add, when do you want that back to you? Because I know we're down to the wire.
I can do these slides tomorrow. So if you want changes, if you could get those to me by say noon on Thursday.
Okay. And then inevitably, we're gonna be asking what's the right order of events. So from what I recall, we have our written motions, we bring them up, we hand them to either the selectman and the moderator. We then read the motion. The selectman usually second the motion, or I guess the planning board member can second the motion, and then we make our presentation. Is that the right order?
I'm not sure, but the on the slides, do you want me to include the planning board vote?
So then we
like-
also give, no, well, you don't necessarily have to do that because that's something we usually include as part of the moderator usually asks, and what was the planning board recommendation for this article? And then we give that vote when.
Okay.
Really ask
All right. So do you want me to write the motion as well, or are you folks going to write your own motions?
Well, usually we get, Kathy would type it out for us and hand each of us, whichever ones we were covering, she'd give it to us at the town meeting, like a little slip of paper that has the motion.
Okay.
But if you email it in advance, I'll print mine.
Oh, we can print out our own.
Yeah, because then if we can't find her, like.
What I'll do is I'll just include all the motions on one sheet of paper and email it to all of you.
Okay.
If that's okay, or do they need to be cut into like separate pieces of paper?
Well, we would just end up cutting them ourselves because we
Okay.
just bring up our own motion. It has to be handed in, so we can't hand in a full sheet of everything. We just hand in our specific motion at the time.
Okay.
And then
Yeah.
Kathy would usually include some chocolates with it when she gave it to us.
Yeah.
You know,
did.
I just so happen to have a box of chocolates. So. That'll be your reward for a job well done.
Laurie,
Let's see how the vote goes.
I just want to make a comment. Laurie, one motion, the moderator will ask the municipal code and bylaw, are they recommending this article? And they will tell if they want to recommend the article or not.
Yes. So both, I think he usually asks for both of those. So.
Right.
Except for the
So
last
am I
couple of
writing
years.
that up?
No, you don't have to write that up. The moderator usually just has that as part of his routine.
Okay.
Correct.
So are they asking, so is somebody from the municipal code committee going to come up and state what their recommendation is? Or,
Yes. So
yes,
for each one, they'll stand up and they'll say they either recommend or they do not recommend the bylaw.
okay,
Yeah, but they don't come up to the podium. Usually they're just in the audience and they stand up and speak to it.
okay.
Okay, so we have that. I think that covers all the things we needed to do for the bylaws. Do we want to embark on the minutes or hold it? Are we tired?
I'm tired.
Okay.
Sorry, forgot I wasn't on mute.
Finally, you're not on mute. That's all. Every time you go to talk, you're on mute, except that one. All right. We'll table the minutes. There's no A&Rs. It looks like nothing else that needs to be accomplished this evening. So no further business. Motion to adjourn.
I make a
I'll make a
motion to
motion.
adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor. Anthony,
Aye.
Billy,
Aye.
Michelle,
I.
Amy,
Aye.
and Carrie's an aye. Have a great night.